Good morning. Ready for another day of fun and excitement at the Karen Reed trial. Today we go back to Jenn McCabe finishing her testimony. She started to remember on Wednesday, but the trial had a day off yesterday. So here we are today. The prosecution already did their thing. Defense is cross-examining. I imagine we'll go back to another round. I believe that's Karen Reed's parents that they're showing now. And I forgot to grab my coffee, so I'm gonna have to run up and grab it really quick, but only take me a second. See what's there. Doesn't look like anything's really happening yet anyway, so I think we're okay. And we're gonna still put together a timeline. There's some things that don't make sense to me in the timeline. The biggest issue that I have with the timeline. Actually, you know what? Let me, while they're not saying doing anything yet, let me grab my coffee real quick and I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. All right. So the biggest question I have about the timeline that doesn't make any sense to me, and this isn't it just doesn't make sense. I'm not saying it helps either side. It just makes all of it make me wonder about everything. But according to the Waze data, according to the Waze data, well, maybe it makes sense. They came to a complete stop close to the flagpole at 12:24. 12:24 a.m. At 12:25 a.m., 30 seconds later, no movement and Waze is closed. So he closes ways. 22 seconds later. Looks like we're ready to get started. 22 seconds
let's bring
later.
the jurors in.
Jurors are just coming in a second.
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Okay, they forgot something. Okay, good. A couple more minutes. So, 12:25 and 30 seconds, the accuracy drops off because Waze has now been closed. So now the accuracy drops to 34 meters, which is huge. I mean, that's 100 feet more. So around 100 feet. And the device is heading west, which is towards the house. Okay. And
I do. Thank you, Chrissy.
okay, the jury's coming in. I'm just going to mute this for one more second. Between 12:27 and 12:38, there are low accuracy records, poor details on location, and at 12:38, accuracy improves to 18 meters, which is still pretty big, but I don't think enough to reach the house. And you know, my theory is the phone wasn't in the house at that point, but that doesn't mean John O'Keefe wasn't. But this is all from John's phone. If we look at Karen's phone, it connects to the Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36. So during this whole time when the accuracy drops, blah, 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 she's already home. Now, I guess they would argue, yeah, 12:25, 12:25:08, 12:25 and 8 seconds, John closes Waze, gets out of the car at 12:25, the accuracy drops, and she backs into him, and that's where he lays the rest of the night. Because the accuracy is low, so it's possible that that's where he was. So he's locked. (12:22 to 12:24) is when they have the flight of stairs climbing event, but it seems they were still in the car at that point. So I think that is some kind of road incline. Maybe he was holding the phone in his hand, so it thought he was walking. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's still possible. I was thinking this made it impossible for her to hit him and still be home by 12:36. But I guess it's possible if that's right when she left. But keep in mind also, Jenn McCabe testified that she looked out the window 3 or 4 times and saw the SUV move up twice, and then the last time it was gone. His cell phone data does not jive with that. It doesn't. It just has a complete stop at 12:24 in front of the house. There's no like it moves up or whatever. And then the other problem is she claims to have looked right in the direction of the SUV, which would have been between her and the SUV. There would have been, should have been, could have been the body of John O'Keefe laying in the snow because he's been hit by a car. She leaves. Jenn McCabe testified that the last time she looked out the window, the car was gone. She still sees no body. Does that mean it wasn't there? I mean, I can't say that. It's dark out. I don't know. but it seems like you would see a body of a 200-pound man, 6'2", in the snow, in the white snow. So anyway, here we are. We're back.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Sorry. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
Somebody's
But in
story is
June of
changing.
2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript and extract from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
It's
Thank you.
clearly not in there. He wouldn't be pushing this, I believe. That is not a very smart move on his part.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello," because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Sorry.
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure. that what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
What that says? You can just say the jury's got to see.
You've been
right?
asked
Like,
about-
wow, why is this chick lying?
With whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call, there at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
'Cause I got to get my story straight.
Very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
How do you remember? So how could, this is where, like I said, it doesn't make sense. How could her phone have hooked up to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi because she was home at 12:36, but she's saying she saw her car out there at 12:45. That's a full 9 minutes after she was already home. Then it's a 6-minute drive. Look at her formulating her story. That she is a
Liar!
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
She
Okay.
wants to keep,
You told
like,
Trooper Prince
retelling
that you
this-
had a conversation on Kaylee's phone
her
with Miss
story.
Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury
Why does
about
she
the
have to
same
reword
issue.
everything
Who did you
he
talk to
said?
and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right. Come on up.
And we got another sidebar. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't stand the way Jenn McCabe cannot just answer a question. She has to like and I can't believe that the judge isn't stepping in and saying, just answer the question, please, Miss McCabe. I mean, seriously. Just answer the question. We don't need you to retell the story every time and try to twist the plot to the narrative you want to get out there. I hope the jury is like seeing right through this. I hope. Whew. I'm sleepy. Need more coffee. This is a long sidebar. What the heck's going on here? And we're back.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember
Just say
specific
no, then.
questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Oh my God.
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times.
But she
I've been
doesn't wanna
interviewed
talk
by
about her
multiple
previous
police officers.
testimony.
So to pinpoint one
She just wants to
conversation
retell the
is a
story
bit of a
in her
challenge for
own-
me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Rich?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
Okay.
She can't just answer a freaking question. Look at the little gears turning in her little squirrel head.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day, and depending on who's asking
No,
the
he
question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. We've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
So the answer's the same about seeing the
Let's move
car at 12:45?
I'm trying.
Ask her.
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie. Correct.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm
What?
not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall. Julie.
No, you're a
and Tom
liar!
Beattie. calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
Months. And at that grand jury, you
Correct.
also left out. And at that grand jury that you contacted, you
Correct.
also left out. And at that grand jury that you contacted.
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Ferry at that point.
No, not at all.
Well, it is nefarious when you claim you woke her up when you got there. After
Later
you
that
found the
morning
body.
of
Yeah,
January 29th.
exactly. Like,
But by the way,
so her testimony was that
you do
she went and
see, you do
woke them
acknowledge
up
that your
at
phone
like
records show that you called
6:30,
at 5:07
6:20,
a.m.
something like that,
to
when
your
they found the
sister's cell phone,
body.
correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is
38
correct.
seconds.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's
Were
not
you
a missed call.
calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Proctor, give me a break.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
What did you say?
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard?
Answer the
issue?
question.
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him.
Oh
that
boy,
you
she's
directed Miss
looking like
Reed
a
to
big
come
fat
to
liar.
your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained and believes strike back.
You got it in anyway.
You also told.
I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, can we come to side back, please?
Oh boy. I mean, I don't know how far he's getting in proving anything, except for he's making her definitely look like she's hiding something to the jury, in my opinion. When somebody's like, I don't know what it says in the report, she knows what it says in the report. You think she hasn't looked at that report 100 times between then and now? She knows what it says, but it doesn't go along with her narrative. So she's just to say, it doesn't matter what it says. I know what I said that day. So in other words, he's either lying or got it wrong. He wrote down the wrong thing, but I know what I said 3 years ago. Come on. Oh, this trial I might need a second cup of coffee.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay.
She keeps retelling the
I know
story
that's
the
what
way
you're
she wants it to
testifying
be now.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell
Right.
Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
You know, you liar.
Speaking
Oh
of
my
Trooper
God.
Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. Mm-hmm. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking
now
right
you
now,
wanna see the
I've got the
report.
report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
Liar! She's trying to change her story now. Oh my
You've taken
gosh.
notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a
Deny.
crack in
That's
it?
your girl's word.
Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me.
Answer the
So maybe
question.
one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's
Exactly,
how you
Stuart.
described it on the 29th, Miss McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Hmm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right in the application.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is looks like a group chat with me and my sister Nicole. Oh no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Where are the kids?
Oh, sure.
Kids are.
It's a big case for identification.
I don't remember saying specifically where the kids are. I said that the kids were in the back seat. Where are the kids now? I told you that the kids. I had stated previously that the kids were in the back seat of the car.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure.
Is this new?
Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, hold this?
Is this new information? This lawyer that I follow that you might hear in the background, she was talking about yesterday about how he should be asking, well, every time she says I don't remember, instead of like saying, can we refresh your memory if I let you look at it, he should just say, do you deny having said that? And then make her say, well, I don't deny it, I just don't remember. And then it's, or deny it. And then it makes her look like she doesn't remember or whatever. And then it just, in her opinion, it was just a better way to go. So then today, I've noticed that he just did that. She said she didn't remember the thing, one of the thing, I forget which thing it even was now. And he said, do you deny having said that? And about the cracked taillight. Do you deny having said that? And what is she supposed to say? Like, yeah, I deny it. I never said that. Even though that's what's written in the report that you said. Now you're impeaching the prosecuting officer. So yeah, it was just a better way to do it. And then it kind of cuts to the chase a lot quicker. But I kind of, I wish I could stream with her because I like her legal perspective, but I want to be able to make my own comments too. You know what I'm saying? So otherwise, I'm not sure how ethical it is just to pull up her stream instead of this one. But I'm surprised they don't care about people using this one. But everybody, there's a lot of people streaming using it, so they must not care. I mean, I wonder if they have a way of tracking that. How many people are streaming their feed? Because they pop ads up there once in a while. Like you can see the whole time this Morgan and Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, is in the corner there, and that pops up bigger sometimes. So I wonder if they use that as part of their pitch. Like, hey, we have, what does it say? How many people are watching? Let me see. 42,000 people are watching. But on Andrea's stream that she's restreaming it, there's another 7,500 watching. So if they have a way of knowing that, they can say, yeah, we have 42,000, but then we have, it just dropped to 41,000. People are sick of watching the ceiling fan. But they can say, hey, but we have another 15,000, probably more than that. There's probably at least that many people again watching it on other people's channels. So interesting. If they're watching on Twitch, you can knock on. Yeah, she's on YouTube, unfortunately. Plus, she doesn't, she's got her own legal analysis. She doesn't need me. But it would be if I could find a lawyer willing, it would be fun to team up with a lawyer, because it's got to be hard to. It's less fun to stream by yourself, because in a situation like this, different people think of different things. And if I were streaming with her, there would be questions that I would ask her that I know people that aren't lawyers in the chat want to know the answers to or are curious about, but she's not going to think to tell them, because she's a lawyer and it's just second nature to her. And she's not even thinking about it. Like, for example, I didn't think you were allowed to introduce new evidence at trial. I thought that had to be submitted ahead of time. And it seems like what he just submitted in those text messages was new, because he said, I'd like to submit these to evidence. And the prosecuting attorney said, I would like to review those first. And then they called a sidebar. So maybe that's what that's all about. But she already knows those rules, so nothing seems out of the ordinary to her. Whereas if I were on the stream with her, I would say, can you explain to people like me that aren't lawyers what exactly is happening? Is he allowed to do that? Can he bring in new evidence in the middle of the trial, like during testimony? So I thought you weren't allowed to do that. I thought there were like discovery rules. But it might be that the prosecution isn't allowed to do that because they have discovery rules for the defense. The defense has to have an opportunity to see what they're going to spring on them to adequately defend their client. But it might be that the defense can bring in whatever they want. I don't know. All right, and we're coming back.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe,
you.
do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at. It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text,
I don't know if you can read
which is
that
the
on
green
the
bubble
Switch
here.
screen because it's kind of small. Carrie
Can you
talked to
see
cops
at the
and
very
kept it
top
simple.
where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
So Jen McCabe
yes,
Is that your
sexed
sister?
her
Yes,
sister.
it
That's Nicole.
Carrie talked to
And
cops
if you look down
and
on the
kept
bottom
it
right
simple.
corner of this exhibit,
Wow.
do you see a time
I mean,
and
I know
date
that's
stamp?
not
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
definite proof.
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be
It's the other way around.
7:50.
It
I'm
says
sorry,
to Jen McCabe.
7:56 or 58. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
This is at 129.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please.
She kept it simple.
What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
This is at 8 a.m. that morning. Oh, we're right back.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want the top
1st,
one, the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Okay. Yes, that concludes all. Number 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Kerry
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, right?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No.
I'm sorry, not Michael
Sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter. There
So
was-
of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I'd move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses, in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Miss McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is blocked. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't.
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time.
Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So the Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe? Sure.
Oh, apologies. That took way longer than I thought. So I don't even know what's going on now. I'm assuming
Thank you.
McCabe is still on the stand. But when they take their break, I'm going to back up the video and see what I missed.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
How did her house get in this?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
Storchio, what did I miss?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lanks.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs,
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take. Correct.
Yeah.
What are these pictures of?
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
And you went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I got the deny back in there.
I don't remember that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Get your story straight.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing. in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
It is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
So during the morning break,
15, 20 minutes.
I want to go.
And this will be
We have
again
15 minutes. So 11:15, which will probably be a lot more time. I want to go back and find the part I missed about the text messages. So it looks like that was about an hour ago. Did I miss that much? Yeah, it wasn't this far back. I mean, they've only been going for an hour and a half. 2 hour and 45 maybe. Okay, this is it.
I approach just to retrieve the exhibit.
Yes.
47 still marked.
Thank
This is the
you.
part I want to see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I
Replaying
proceed-
So, jurors,
Part about the
before you
text
consider
messages.
any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wilk, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this
It's
appear to be
such an incriminating
a
thing right there.
representative
Harry talks
copy
to
of
cops
what you're
and
looking
kept
at? It's just been
simple.
marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top
Doesn't
text,
that just sound incriminating?
which is the green bubble
There's-
here.
Heck,
Can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see
we already saw this.
the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
What would she learn new?
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
These don't look good.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you,
Why
correct?
is
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
I think it's easy to get really over secure about text messages because it's such a part of everyday life. You don't think about the fact that if something were to ever happen, like somebody could totally get a hold of those for something like this, extract all that data and find all your messages, which makes it even more incriminating that Brian Higgins destroyed his phone. Because the cell phone companies have records of text messages, but they don't have what they were, the contents of the message.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top
1st,
one. The
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Okay. So, yes, that concludes evidence.
48.
Man, those
Jurors,
text
the same
messages
instruction
look
regarding
incriminating.
the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
What's the
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall.
Oh, sorry. C.F. McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in
seem
E?
intent on sticking to that story?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is
could it
from
be-
Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
Reiterating the
And
fact
this is in
that,
response
well,
to the
he never
text
even
above
came in the
that you
house,
just read,
but
correct?
it sounds more like a
Yes.
Where Matt
group
McCabe
that got their
said,
story together and
tell
now it's
Chris
sticking
to
it.
find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Ask her what she meant by that. She's gonna lie anyway.
Who is this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says, to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
She even read it like
Who is this from and who's it
she's
to?
doing it everything.
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
What's Carrie Reed now?
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
This.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, right?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No.
I'm sorry, not Michael.
Sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt
wait,
says,
I
going to
have
miss
to
the
go to the
basketball
bathroom.
game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the
Pause
house
this
and
for a
still
second.
privy to.
And I'll be right back. It's 11:40 and they aren't back yet. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to keep watching as much of this as I
To the
can.
conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I'd move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Here we go again. And we're back.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you.
Happy
In the text that
Friday.
we just saw,
I just
you
backed
were
up
colluding
to the text
with
message part
other
again because they're on
witnesses,
a
recipient
morning break
witnesses
right now
in
and I missed this
case
part.
Through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was
Why is
not.
that?
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews,
Very
formal
annoying.
police interviews that you heard or overheard
I hate how she
with
never answers
another
the
witness,
question.
weren't
She
you?
just instead
I told them some of
says
the
what she
things that
wants to
Carrie
say.
Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
You are guilty.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is marked. Thank you, Your Honor.
She's super annoying.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
What?
Do
Why?
you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I hate
no
how she
idea.
doesn't
And in the
answer the
last
question.
year, let's clock it around all the way to
She just
now.
says what she wants
We've
to say
probably
instead of
discussed it
addressing the
additionally with her,
question.
correct?
Probably not that
Why doesn't the
detailed,
judge
no.
say something?
Now,
Yeah, I agree.
you also indicated, by the way, you were the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time.
Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So the Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Should be out for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that appears to be a map? generally.
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I object.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
What is the big... All right, what is going on here? Yeah, this was earlier today. I'm sorry. I should have said that again. Oh, I guess I could fast forward past this sidebar stuff. I missed the part about the text
May I continue,
messages.
Your Honor?
So
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page,
now they're
do
live
you
again. I should probably
recognize
go back.
a location
Go back. I'm going to go back to live
that's
now.
pinpointed on that page?
The
Answered.
text message is really the
And
part I
of course,
wanted to
that
see.
doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Now we're
Yes.
back to
in the
live.
weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No, you,
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully if I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again,
Changing your story.
Trooper Proctor for September 2023, that would be an error.
Liar! You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
Whether the witness
If
is
you had
lying or
told
not.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
What? She said it. Wow. So her thing is he keeps calling her on inconsistent statements and testimonies, and she keeps saying, I don't know what I said then, but all I know is this is what happened. That's what her whole playbook is. Oh, it's so annoying. So freaking annoying. And she's been doing that all day. And every time she testifies, it's so annoying. He asks a question and she'll never answer the question. She instead just spits back out the narrative she wants to spin. And I feel like the judge just keeps letting it happen. Like when the other people do that, the judge will, when the defense witnesses do that, the judge will cut them off and just be like, just answer the question. They're not allowed to like elaborate and make their own details. So annoying.
Lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Exactly. That was a lie. Yeah. Flipping annoying. So, on a side note, the Detroit Tigers are the first American League team to get 20 wins this year. Who would have ever saw that coming? This whole thing doesn't add up at all. Karen could have accidentally hit him, but if she did, why are witnesses lying, moving, destroying, going to... Exactly. It doesn't make any sense.
Next question.
Destroying...
Ma'am,
why did they destroy your phone?
I'm sorry, did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
Cool.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that
Yes.
quote?
Answer the question he
if I
asks
can break
you.
that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
That is a legitimate question.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That back.
Thanks.
So annoying.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving on.
Liar!
12:41
My
and
detector
10
test
seconds.
determined that was a lie.
There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed
This is
call.
where my theory is that
Correct.
they're looking for his phone.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about
Said they
12:50.
were
That's
butt
19
dials.
minutes.
She gonna
You'll
change
agree,
that
correct?
story too?
Yes,
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music,
Why'd you delete them
being
then?
with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID.
See the extraction from her phone.
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often do you make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right?
Actually, I think you
Is that
can.
right?
You can on my
I'm
phone.
not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages. Phone, right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like, since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor,
Oh, this judge sucks. Answer the question. Yeah, I hope the jury's pick it up with this. She suddenly doesn't remember how her phone works. Give me a break.
How long, here's the critical question as I see it. How long does it take for her phone to lock? You know, will the phone lock itself if you,
Well, yeah, we need that same extraction data that they had for John's phone that broke down every time he touched the phone, whether it was locked or unlocked. Why don't we have that?
bury that? 2 minutes, you know, seems kind of long to But that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because that would limit the range of possibilities of how these phone calls could have taken place. And I sure do wonder. I have a star here in my notes. I think I put the phone in my pocket and inadvertently called him. I was going back and forth. That's not what your phone data shows. Get there? I hope we're going to get there with the phone data. Your phone actually shows you didn't take any steps at all between 12:25 and 12:40. And incidentally, neither did your watch. So right at the time frame where you sensed that you were going back and forth is exactly when your devices show you. The reason why I think AJ might have approached one as instructor to answer is because she's offering speculation. Maybe it happened like this. That's not speculation. That's not admissible testimony. That's not what he asked her to do. Just asked her, don't you have the text app?
I apologize. I've got to do some work real quick here.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my
You
head.
recall that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
Wow. Man, she's annoying.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow. I hope the jury is picking up this combativeness and like, what is she? All they said is, did you do a Google search at 2:27 a.m.? And she will not just say, yes, I did. Everyone knows she did. She doesn't even deny that she did. Ugh.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make a reaction. That's fine. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Unbelievable.
Throat clearing, the catches.
Unbelievable.
It's not what I remember making.
All right, I don't know how cool this is or not to do, but let's.
Jen is catching on that there's a distinction between I don't remember and it didn't happen, and she's not fully sure what the significance of that.
Let's click over here and hear what.
Because she doesn't necessarily know the difference between refreshing and impeaching and so on and so forth. She doesn't necessarily know the
Andrea
implications
Burkhart.
of it. She just
I recommend you
knows
give her a follow if you like this case.
something
She's
there
doing a
matters.
Great breakdown.
So she worked her way through. I don't remember and it didn't. Also, I deny it.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue
Why don't they just break for lunch?
up
It's
into the lunch
12:30.
recess.
And I guess we'll come back.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down.
Why? That's the real
That's not how it
record.
appears. You need to get rid of the column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
I'll see
record.
counsel at sidebar.
Oh my gosh. It is the
Deleted
record.
column is the deleted column. Not supposed
was
to be on
deleted.
it. Not sure. No, I'm pretty sure we saw the deleted column, didn't we?
We did.
I don't know. Are you denying you made the 227 search? If you could show me the record. I'm just asking for your independent memory. Do you deny making any Google search at 227?
Seems like that was what he already asked.
He's pinning her down on did you make a Google search? Because they have the web browser records. Remember the last site visited? And the only Google search is Hoslong to Diane Cold. The Hockomock Sports, the Ozone Sports, those were already loaded on tabs that she opened. And it brought them to the foreground. That's what's in the browser state.db records.
Really?
Ian Whiffen testified about. It's when she brings the
didn't know
tab
that.
forward. He's also got the web history, and he can show, what sites were visited, what loaded, what didn't load. She did not Google Hockomock Sports. She did not Google Ozone Sports. They were already loaded on tabs that she brought to the foreground and then closed. So if she admits any Google search of any kind at 227 or thereabouts, but specifically at 237, we're done. We're done because the only Google search is the Hoslong.
Boom. Andrea, you just nailed it.
Only Google search is Hoslong. He could maybe gentle her into this a little bit more. He doesn't have to. Jenny, you just said you were Googling Hockomock and Ozone. Did you Google one of those at 227? Is that your testimony? Because we can show it through the web history. She didn't. It doesn't matter if she says, yeah, that's what I was doing.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted
Now
to see
she
a
buttoned
record,
her shirt
Mr.
back
McCabe.
up.
Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Mr. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
The judge
Yes.
just
Yeah,
told
there
you.
was.
Okay.
On
Now
that
let me ask you a different
paper.
question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not
T-Diane
claiming
Kikti.
it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days
Finally, yes or
following
no?
January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were
She just
with
caught her in a
her
lie right there.
during her, just before her
She
testimony.
just lied
at the
about
grand
that
jury.
2
Is that
minutes
right?
ago.
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you two discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Or shouldn't be
approach.
sustained.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
She's, of course, not supposed to know because she is under a witness sequestration order. She's not supposed to know, and so it's perfectly valid to ask her. if she
Right.
has received that information. We don't presume she's abiding by the sequestration order. We can ask her if she is or if she isn't. And we may or may not be stuck with her answer, depending on how central or collateral the issue is that she's denying, assuming she denies it. No, I haven't heard anything about that. Point right now, of course, we're just highlighting for the jury that is an inconsistency that's evolved. Juries heard, they discussed it in the early days. Then Carrie initially testified, corroborated it. That's not technically an evidence. If they were going to argue this in closing, it's not clear to me that they could. We don't have Carrie Roberts at the grand jury, her testimony in evidence where she said that. She didn't testify to it. Because this is the first I remember hearing that Carrie at any point said, yeah, Karen told Jenn to Google Hoslong to die in cold. This is the first I'm hearing that. If that's in Carrie's grand jury testimony, I'd like that in. I'd like that in. We're going to have to recall Carrie to get it in. So are we going to do that? Are we going to do that? Let Jen squirm a little bit, then get Carrie back on the stand, talk about the squirming.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
She's lying.
He hasn't heard, but the jury heard now that there's an inconsistency. Well done. Well done, AJ.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio.
Again, not his question.
Search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
That's not his question.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for
you
us.
sit on a throne
That
of
would be-
lies.
Your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the
Ah.
timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case.
Answer
We
the
don't talk about the
question.
specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never
That's
needed
not his
to
question.
instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that objection? Jury
Have you
heard
ever
it.
been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
Foundation established.
I'd like to move back
AJ is
to
still on fire.
the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this,
Would it refresh your recollection?
I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
This is a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort
Convenient.
of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I have to go to the bathroom again.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the
Go to
jurors
the
who we're
bathroom while I
looking
leave
at?
this running.
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're
Midwiper.
engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
Tells her to wait over here. Looks like. Maybe, no.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to
She's-
runtime 8:56?
Sustaining argumentative. When he keeps to the facts and lets them speak for themselves, he can do it.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
She's talking and talking and talking to that cop too. We have the group and she's still
In that
talking.
video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Okay.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
Talking, 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 talking.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk.
More. Gonna keep watching it. Thank you, cameraman. Way to get the memo.
Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is
We're
the
gonna
last
get
clip.
lunch on this. Just gonna go talk to cops some more. Touching them even.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Quite a lot of chit chats with law enforcement that morning.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement between and
was.
among you and Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe,
Mm.
when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
Correct.
I knew it was an emergency situation.
Just
Yes.
say
As a matter of
yes.
fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Didn't
Yes.
go get Brian, did you?
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think
Yeah.
911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Kerry Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained
Brian McCabe, maybe right inside the house.
Someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress. Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you.
Could have yelled from outside.
Minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
Yeah,
No,
the
she
judge
didn't.
trying to break
so you
things
have
up.
a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all
because
again.
you knew what really happened, didn't you? At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break.
She's a liar. Taillights were found 3 days later.
Oh boy. There it was again. Something happened on that front lawn that was different from what happened inside. There it is again. Whatever did happen out on that front lawn? Her answers speak for themselves. So I like that he got, you know, this is what he gave us. This is what he gave us last time on Wednesday. It was giving him a little bit of trouble because Bev hates it. Bev gets in the way, and then Hank starts objecting, and he can't do it because it gets sustained, and he gets cut off, and he loses track of where he was, and he gets frustrated. He left it for the very end this time to pull the outrage Jackson out of his pocket. Too late now. Too late now to mess him up. Now he's just closing the deal, making his point. You knew John was clinging to life. You knew precious seconds matter, but you didn't go try to get your first responder brother-in-law because you were too focused on John and what John needed. John needed first response. You called 911 to get first response. If you're too focused on John and what John needed, the first thing you're thinking is John needs someone who can help him, like a cop or a paramedic. Oh, that was just impressive, wasn't it? No, she didn't have time to run over and wake him up. She had time to make the phone calls. Does she say? She says they weren't answered. She says they weren't answered, but that isn't what the phone record. That isn't what the phone record shows, is it? That's part of how we know that you looking at the records is a subterfuge. Can I see it? Maybe. No. No. No, you can't. You can deny it or not. Wow, what a morning. So, we got an estimate of 2 to 2.5 hours. We got 4. And they were glorious, weren't they? They were glorious. That went extremely well. How much credibility do you think Jenn McCabe has left after all of that? By her own account, the kind of best scenario is that your memory is absolute trash. But now we get that contrasted, highlighted with your insistence about what you do remember. Some things are so important you'll never forget them, except you did forget them. You did forget it that very morning. You had to call Lank back. You like that scramble at the end? No, I wasn't worried because Karen was screaming that she'd hit him and had a cracked taillight. No, she wasn't. She hadn't even said that yet. And in fact, it hadn't even registered with you because all that had happened was she'd pointed out the cracked taillight and you thought nothing about it. You like that slip? Mm-hmm. No, I wasn't worried. We already knew we were going to pin it on the girl. Man, she just gave it away. She just gave it away in those last few seconds. She was running around screaming, I hit him and I had a cracked taillight. No, she didn't. Not according to your version of events.
Exactly.
That's the only way you could make sense of all of this and try to put the pieces together. She told you that she had a cracked taillight. You thought nothing of it because that's why you didn't take it more seriously at the time. That's why you didn't behave differently than you behaved. You just took that little piece of information and filed it away,
totally
didn't you? Did you pass that piece of information along in any of these little conversations that you had with anybody after the fact? She's got a cracked taillight.
Nope.
The
Never came
whole
up.
reason I hit him stood out was because it was so different, right? Somehow we're supposed to believe that Karen Reed running around screaming, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" was nothing. It was so insignificant, we told her to shut up. Of course, that didn't happen, didn't catch our attention at all. But as soon as that became declarative, now, the kind of thing you'll never forget, except for the fact that you did forget it. Oh, this whole thing just crumbled. This whole thing just crumbled. What a beautiful cross. Doesn't a good cross feel good? Doesn't it feel good?
It does feel good.
Isn't it wonderfully satisfying? Cheers to you, Mr. Jackson. Work well done. Mission accomplished. That was fantastic. Only thing I can really look at here and say, I wish we would have hit on this a little bit harder, followed it up, nailed it down. Just, it may not matter. It depends on what their theory of the case is, you know. None of this goes to John was hit by a car anyway. So all these collateral details that show Jenn is a lying liar who lies, you can kind of pick and choose between the ones that you think are best. But I really would have liked to have nailed down. You did some Google search at 227, didn't you? Because your explanation is that you Googled Hockomock Sports. Isn't that what you testified to? Nail her down to that. Because the only Google search in her web history is House Long to Dying Cold. So if she acknowledges I did a Google search at 227, you've got a long way towards establishing she Googled House Long to Dying Cold at 227. Because she didn't Google Hockomock Sports. It's in her previous testimony. We don't necessarily need to repeat it. She already said it. We could rely on that. We can rely on that in our closing.
Wow.
I just have such a feeling of
Google's
well-being and
true.
relaxation.
Evil.
I feel good about that cross. I feel good about that. That it covered the bases. Look at how cooperative the judge was. All the way down to she's going to admonish
Andrea, great job.
Jenn on her own accord.
We're going to take a break for lunch.
When he keeps it nice and direct and non-argumentative like that, she actually helped him out.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
If this was testing out perhaps a little bit of a new approach, I sure hope this sticks, because boy, is this working. And once again, now we have Judge Bev calling her Ms. Reed. Twice now she's made that slip. I don't necessarily put a lot of weight in the Freudian slips. There's reasons why your wires can cross. But it is just sort of entertaining, isn't it?
Go watch Andrea Burkhart's channel. She's live
you
right
would
now.
normally expect there to be a significant contrast in her feeling.
So I'm not hearing any recording, any talk about recordings. It shocks me in this day and age when we have investigators who are not physically recording interviews with witnesses.
Yeah, why would they not be recording? But anyway, let's see. Let's just let people say what they're going to say. All right, I'm gonna leave it. Oh, you missed. They're on lunch right now, but actually, I wonder. Oh, I closed that window. Oh, I wonder if since this is live, I wonder if I can go back. wonder if I can go back. Here's a nice breakdown of the Albert family. Matt, Brian Jr. I think Matt was the other one. Yeah, Jenn McCabe's husband was the other one on that string of text messages. But yeah, let's go back. Here's what you missed. Here's the bombshell.
There was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Haas Long to die in cold. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay,
after
we've
we
been
found
through all
John
this.
O'Keefe.
Now, you
But
was in
let's-
grave danger. You knew that.
Here's
Yes,
the
I
good part.
did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
This is him.
Not just a
He's
friend,
questioning
but a
her
police
about
officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
when they found
You
him
knew that you
and
needed
basically
to get
grilling her for
immediate
why didn't she
medical
go
attention,
in to
emergency
the Albert's
medical
house
attention
and
to
get the
him
first
as
responder that
quickly
lived
as
there.
you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911
Exactly.
and the
No,
time
but she did go in
Officer
later
Seraph got
to
there.
wake
Is that
them
right?
up and tell them
If
what
that's
happened.
what the
That was
dash
after
cam
they,
says, yes.
took him
On that
away already,
911
or
call,
they were
you
taking
referred
him
to
away.
John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, this
But
is my friend.
she testified yesterday, or the day
I
before
needed to
yesterday,
get,
that
like you said,
there was no sign of the
emergency
dog
there.
either.
So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say
going
this
to give
was
a
my friend?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important
Did you say his
identifying.
name? No.
You
Did
didn't
you
say
say he was a
John?
cop? No.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the
Man, the
911
entire
officials?
police world would
I
have been
don't
there
know.
in 3 minutes.
You
if
even
she had
asked by
said he was a
911
cop.
operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
But you didn't go get him, did you?
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
Yes or no?
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important. And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
Ridiculous.
You never thought about going in the house. But you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
I like
Let's
how
talk
the judge
about
tried
that
to
real
break up his momentum, though.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
Because you knew what had happened already.
Was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was
What?
crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right,
Yeah.
jurors, luncheon break.
The taillight was found, the taillight pieces were found like 3 days later. Oh, she just totally boffed them. Oh man, she looked horrible.
And how long is it?
That's crazy. absolutely crazy. All right, let's go back to live.
Hair. I'm
mute
not sure
this.
about that. And Natalie, do you have the answer to that question?
Well, I would be surprised that they did because on the scene they were collecting blood with red Solo cups. So I don't think they did. But I haven't seen any indication of that one way or the other. That's a really good question. And that would, if the answer is no, or if it goes unanswered in the question, that would, in the trial itself, that would be something that would be good to point out by the defense for the jury to consider in their deliberations, the lack of collecting certain evidence.
Yeah, that is a great question, though, because that makes you wonder, could he have, there have been so many questions about that horrific head injury that John O'Keefe suffered and just how that happened. So it'll be interesting to see if we get some information about that during the trial. Let's get to another question.
And it's been like
Pixie, does the judge interject too much? She seems to be asking and answering for this particular witness more so than the others.
That's a difficult question, right? Because the judge can ask her, she feels like she's under attack and feels like she needs to give more of an explanation. Why the judge is allowing it is a totally different question. It's the judge's discretion on how to conduct the courtroom. And it would be up to an appellate court if there was a conviction to say whether or not the judge was right or wrong on how she was ruling on the objections to the way in which Ms. McCabe was answering the questions. But we know that she was going too far in answering them because the judge directed her to just answer the question.
AOK has our next question. AOK asks, why wouldn't she, Jenn McCabe, yell to Brian Albert? He's a cop and knows CPR. So AOK is wondering why instead of calling 911, she didn't just, go up to Brian Albert and, yell to him from the lawn, I guess, hey, get down here. CPR, get down here and help save John.
Right. Yeah. It's, you don't know why people do the things that they do. And the thing is that it's now the jury's job to piece everything together from what previously happened. And many times people bring into deliberations, as they're supposed to do, their common sense and their common life experiences. So if you as an everyday person, under common sense, under your everyday life experiences, don't think that that makes sense, then maybe to the jury that won't make sense either. And they'll think that there's something underlying that, like some type of conspiracy, or it could just be, again, the panic of the moment. You don't expect to see someone laying down in the snow in your front yard. You don't expect to see that. And so not everyone is going to react rationally in those circumstances. I don't know if that's necessarily how she's coming across in her cross-examination and her direct testimony, but that is definitely a possibility.
Well, and can I just play devil's advocate here for a second? A cop, sleeping up in his house who might know CPR is not going to be able to do as much as a bunch of paramedics coming to the scene in an ambulance. I mean, you got to get the guy to the hospital. If he, it sounds like when they found him,
first.
I mean, he's in bad shape. He's sitting there unconscious, covered in snow with big, horribly huge, marks on his eyes or whatever. We've seen the pictures. We're not going to show them to you. But, I mean, he was in bad shape, and there was some blood, and he needed medical care. Of course, he needed CPR.
5 a.m.
And, yeah, maybe Brian Albert could have helped with that until the EMTs arrived. But I would think, your best bet is to get the EMTs there ASAP. And
that looks pretty.
Yeah, that's for Jenn McCabe to explain why she did what she did. Let's get to our next question. Hollis MJP, who I actually know Hollis a little bit from YouTube. Hollis MJP asks, did they ever swab the fire hydrant for blood or hair? I'm not sure about that. And I'm not so sure about that, Natalie. Do you have the answer to that question?
Well, I would be surprised that they did because on the scene they were collecting blood with red Solo cups. So I don't think they did. But I haven't seen any indication of that one way or the other. That's a really good question. And
a little bit.
Right.
Our next question is from Tom H. Why is the judge issuing such a big disclaimer to the jury before the text messages were brought in? And she did. She kind of said how these text messages were supposed to be. I don't want to say how they were supposed to be taken, but she did kind of say something to the jury outlining something. It was an instruction about the text messages. So why would she do that?
I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry. Could you reread the person's question?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was, why is the judge issuing such a big disclaimer to the jury before the text messages were brought in? And these were the text messages between Jenn McCabe and, everybody on these text chains. And she said she should have read this instruction the other day about the text messages. And I think she was saying something to the effect of, the text messages, you can determine, or you're supposed to determine, or that you should be determining. I can't recall exactly how it was worded, but it was an instruction about the person sending them and then the person receiving them and things like that. So it was an instruction regarding the text messages.
Right. So sometimes when communications come in, text messages, phone calls, emails, things like that, these are out of court statements, right? And so for the hearsay rule, they wouldn't come in because it's not being offered, if it's being offered for the truth of what's in those statements. But then there are some type of exceptions that those things would fall into. So what she's doing is she's directing them to the exception. This is coming in not for you to really consider the truth of what they're saying, but for some other reason. Either was there a conspiracy? Do these people know each other? Were they talking about the event itself? Was there some type of plan that they were putting together? Not necessarily whether or not the things that they're stating, are they true or not, but and should it be something that the jury adopts as a fact in the case, but instead, is it showing the state of mind of the people talking to each other? Is it showing their plan? Is it showing a conspiracy? Is it showing an agreement? Things of that nature. So that's what she's doing. She's just limiting it down to what the text messages are actually being introduced for, so that the jury doesn't go far afield and start thinking, oh, just because this is in the text messages means that this fact is automatically true.
Our next question comes from Lauren HB. Has having McCabe on the stand, Jenn McCabe, on the stand for 3 days with not much revelation, is this going to be problematic for the defense? Is this exhausting the jury? So I'm wondering, how do you feel about that? Is Jenn McCabe being on the stand for the entire day on Wednesday, much of the day today, and then part of the afternoon on Tuesday? Is it too much?
It could be, but again, like I said, we don't know how the jury is reading this, right? We can't see them. We can't gauge their facial expressions. We, as the general audience, that's not inside of the courtroom, right? So we don't know what they're feeling and what they're thinking. And even when you can see them, you don't know what they're thinking. I tell people that all the time. Just because they look a certain way doesn't mean that that's exactly what they're thinking, because they can kind of fake you out sometimes. And so we don't know if they're being exhausted by this, but that is a risk. That is a risk. It could be read as it's exhausting them. The defense is not getting to the point. The defense is not showing this conspiracy, or it could be read as there must be a conspiracy afoot because she's not answering the questions, which is causing them to have to ask her more and more questions to nail her down. Why is she being evasive? If there was no conspiracy, there would be no reason to be evasive. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how the jury is reading it, but yes, from the commenter's question, that is a risk that they could see it as boring the jury and making them tune out, which is not effective.
And I would like to hear from somebody actually sitting there in the courtroom how the jury, how they look. It sounded like the other day they were looking a little bored with the cross. And then I read something today where they were, they looked attentive and they were, listening. But that could be very tedious. So let's get now to our next question. And we kind of covered this before, but I think we can both offer our thoughts on this. This is from Firefly Bakery Sweets. Why wouldn't Jenn run into the Albert's house instead of calling? And I think that Firefly means instead of calling 911.
Yeah, we just brought that up just now, but honestly, you don't know, number one. But number two, it is a bit. So I was thinking of something you said, Anjanette, which is, don't you want to get the 911, don't you want to get them there right away? And sure, but there's nothing stopping you from calling up to the person in the house who has the training and saying, hey, come down here right now, and helping this person, and also calling 911 at the same time. There's people do it all the time. They call 911 and they call somebody for help, or they themselves administer CPR with the direction of 911. The first responders, as they know, their preference is for the person to be worked upon right away. There's a first responder in the house. So him not being alerted is a little strange. Again, I said it could have, I don't want to cast aspersions here because I don't know what happened. It could have some type of innocent reason, such as just her brain was scrambled. She sees someone in very, very bad shape, and the only thing she can think is 911, 911. But I'm not going to pretend like it wouldn't be optimal to call the person in the house also who has the training to be able to help him, because he can get there faster than 911 can.
Right. And I mean, she did eventually go in the house to get her sister and Brian Albert. But I mean, I kind of look at it as call 911. I mean, they're the ones who can get him to the hospital. He's laying in the snow. He's got blood on his face. He's got these goose egg eye things going on. He's laying there unconscious. And I mean, all Brian Albert can do is maybe do some CPR. And, I listened to the 911 call again last night, and there is talk about doing chest compressions and mouth to mouth. And I guess Karen Reed was doing the mouth to mouth part. And so Carrie Roberts, I believe, was doing the chest compressions. And I think Jenn McCabe was going to get in there and do that at some point. So, yeah, I would think 911 should be your first call. And then Brian Albert is second or whatever, but I would think you would want to get the professional help there immediately, because if you're laying there unconscious in the snow with all of those injuries, you need to get him to the hospital ASAP. So I don't know. That's just my thinking. Let's go now to our poll question, our latest poll question. This is the one we have up right now. Do you feel the judge has been biased during this trial? Seems like we have some people in the chat that have some very strong opinions. 84% say yes and 16% say no. So we will put another poll up here very shortly. Let's get to our next question from Jules B. Would it be possible to reverse your car? This is a question about what the Commonwealth has asserted regarding Karen Reed's car. Would it be possible to reverse your car and go 24 miles per hour several feet from the house when there's snow on the ground? Wouldn't your tires spin? No traction. What are your thoughts on that, Natalie?
That's a really good question. That is outside of my area of expertise. This is something where, right, this is something where we as attorneys, this is why we hire experts. We know the law. We don't know mechanics and physics and medicine and any of those other things that would be implicated by that question. It's an excellent question, but maybe for someone who deals with mechanics and physics over somebody like me, I would not know the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm. Raindrops and Feathers has another question. If Jenn butt dialed so much, there was talk, this was the first time we really heard during testimony about the butt dials today. If Jenn butt dialed so much, wouldn't John's phone have voicemails as evidence? Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if you butt dial somebody, which, I think this is a first for me. I don't say butt dial very much on TV, or the word butt on TV very much, but hey, there's a first time for everything. So if she had butt dialed him and the call went to voicemail, you would think there would be some voicemails with all of that background noise and pocket noise and what have you.
Yeah, there's a few things that Jenn says in testimony, and she testified to this in the last trial as well, that don't comport with my own common experience, I think is a better way to put it. And so if you have enough of those data points where the person is saying things that just don't comport with what you understand the situation to be in your own personal life, it becomes difficult to believe them. But yes, the nature of a butt dial is that you accidentally press the number somehow. And so you're not hanging it up. It's just going to ring through, and then it will pick up noise on the voicemail because you don't know to hang it up. And then it just hangs up when the voicemail disconnects. And so it is strange. Maybe one of them you butt dial for a second and then immediately, unpress it. But over and over again would lead me to think that some of those calls at least would have gone to voicemail, and it doesn't seem like they did.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see on redirect if there's any discussion about that. Let's go now to some of the testimony from today on cross-examination. And we heard about a text that Matt McCabe had sent to a group chat involving Jenn McCabe and some of the Alberts. And he had talked about how there was this discussion about how there was a news crew at the D&E sub shop owned by Chris Albert there in Canton. And Matt McCabe said in a group text, tell them that he never went in the house. And so, Alan Jackson, one of the big themes today was that everybody was colluding on text message to get their story straight. And so there was a big exchange about this. So let's take a listen to this bit of testimony and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that
suggesting.
Matt, I think we're all looking to find out what happened, so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay.
What did you make of that, Natalie? Do you think this is just much ado about nothing, just some people, chit-chatting with each other on group text, or do you think there's more there?
So this is a homicide trial. These are defense attorneys, Mr. Jackson. There is no such thing as too little, right? We make a lot out of a little, and I would make a lot out of that. And I really am very happy that I'm here to react to that part of the text message, because I would turn that up so bad. That is just so much fodder for the defense right there, because the implication would be, the argument would be that you're saying, go out to the news and ask them questions, tell Chris this. So he's directing. Directing is colluding and conspiring, telling people what to do. Go out there and talk to the news and tell them that the guy never came into the house. Get our version of events out there to the news by asking them questions and leaking information to them that the guy never came into the house, which makes it seem like a conspiracy. It makes it seem like we got to get our story out there as soon as possible. The guy, and then also calling him the guy seems kind of heartless and cold, right? They may not know him very well personally, but I would play that up as well. So the thing is that a criminal trial, especially a homicide trial, is a trial by inches for the defense. It's tiny little cuts in the state's case to raise reasonable doubt. And that is a big gash. Any defense attorney would make hay out of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Matt McCabe obviously is Jenn McCabe's husband. So it's like, okay, let's get Matt McCabe up on the stand. I think we probably will hear from him. He testified in the last trial. But it is funny. He is kind of directing them to do things. So that it's an interesting little thing there. Let's get now to our next question. This is from Dippity Doo One. Why wasn't Brian Albert's house searched for any evidence, and who determined it not be searched?
We don't know why. There has never been a satisfactory explanation for that. You know, oversight, we immediately determined that they were not suspects. That is ridiculous because you can't immediately determine that. You have to investigate and then rule them out, which would be totally fine. A full investigation rules them out, nothing wrong with that. The standard procedure would be to go into the house where a person is deceased outside of. I can confidently say that. I don't care what jurisdiction that you're in. So the only why in real life would either be incompetence, just outright incompetence, or paying too much deference to the fact that some of the people in the home were law enforcement officers. And those would be the more innocent explanations. And then obviously there's a more sinister explanation of this alleged conspiracy, which again, I'm not comfortable asserting one way or the other because I just don't know enough. But it would not be a good strategy not to search the home where someone was dead in front of. That would be a terrible strategy.
Yeah, and here's my thing. I mean, here's my thing. Even if you think this is a vehicular homicide case, I mean, I've always talked to, like, I've talked to a cop who ran a homicide unit who always said, it's your job to eliminate doubt, not to create it. So why not go through the house? Why not ask to look at the house, walk through the house? I mean, just do it.
There's been many things I've thought about this case where I'm saying, again, I don't know if there was a conspiracy. I have no idea. I don't know if Karen Reed actually hit him or not. I have no idea. But I do know that all of those questions that I have are reasonable doubt, and that reasonable doubt could have been cleared up by a thorough investigation. The one thing that I'm sure of is that the investigation here was not thorough before they brought charges against Karen Reed.
Let's get now to our next question. This one is from Smoothie One. Smoothie One asks, do you feel Higgins had other things he wanted to hide on his phone that had nothing to do with Karen and John? And of course, this is Brian Higgins, the ATF agent who testified in the last trial. He was at the house that night. We haven't gotten to him in this trial yet, Natalie, but he apparently threw his phone away at a military base, apparently after they were told they could get rid of their phones. But the phone was destroyed. And I don't know why. I guess that's just what some people do. I mean, when I get rid of my old phone, when I get a new phone, I either trade it in or I throw it in a drawer in the house. So there's been a lot of talk about that. Like, was there something on his phone that he didn't want anybody to see that wasn't related to this?
Yeah, I think the commenter's question is another one of those questions where we will never know the actual answer, the actual reason why he did that. The phone was destroyed. We don't know what's on it. But that's a possibility, and it is a possibility that he threw away the phone because and destroyed it because he had, maybe some adult materials on there he didn't want someone to see or something like that. Or it could be that he was participating in a conspiracy to cover up the homicide. But we just don't know. It's a very strange thing to do, as you said, Anjanette. As you said that, I'm thinking right now my nightstand has about 3 phones in it. Like an iPhone 12,
Right.
11, 13, are sitting in my nightstands right now. I don't even know what to do with them, but I don't think I would go physically destroy them so that no one could ever look at them again. It's very strange.
Yeah, I actually cleaned up a while ago. Side note, I cleaned up and recycled them. I made sure all the junk was off of them, and then I took them and recycled them because I'm like, why am I just hanging on to these things? This is silly. But yeah, you can apparently recycle them. I never want them ending up in like a landfill or something like that. So Brian Higgins, recycle your phones. You don't have to destroy them. My goodness. Okay, here we go. Next question. What about Jenn McCabe's Google search? We kind of touched on this earlier. What about Jenn McCabe's Google search? House long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. This was a pretty sus search. I don't think it's had enough attention in this trial. Well, today's cross-examination kind of ended on that. There was a back and forth about it, and Jennifer McCabe saying she was searching for this sports stuff and her daughter's scores or whatever, Hockomock Sports and something else. And she maintained she did not search for that at 2:27 a.m., that she didn't do it until 6:23 when Karen Reed asked her to do so at the Fairview Road address. So it is interesting, though, that when it shows up on that graph that we just had up on the screen, that it shows up at 227 and at 623, and at both times it's Haas, HOS, with the typo. So isn't it bizarre, though, Natalie, that it shows up both times with that typo?
That is weird. That's why, for me, that's a credibility issue for me. It really, really is. The fact that it's on there. Now, sometimes I thought they were going to argue the Commonwealth that there was a time conversion issue because, it's Celebrite is extracted in UTC time instead of EST or MDT or anything like that. But what they're saying is that it's some type of glitch or something. And I'm telling you, I have a hard time with that. It's showing up with the same exact typo at 227 and 627 makes me think that that search was made at 227, that the tab sat there and then she re-accessed the tab at 627. That's what it seems like to me. That comports with common sense. And that's also the fact that I understand Celebrite extractions, and so do most prosecuting bodies, to be extremely accurate. So it's very strange to me to argue that 227, that somehow it posted something back in time that was searched for 4 hours later. That's just, I don't really find that to be possible, right? So I'm having a hard time with that data set as well. I don't want to outright call her dishonest. I just don't know how to reconcile that.
Yeah, Ian Whiffen went through it all the other day, and it took a while. And he explained it. And I think this first came to light because Richard Green, the defense expert, contacted him and said, I don't understand this. What does this mean? And he started looking into it. And then he tried to call him back, and he said he never, Richard Green never called him back. And so then he wrote a blog post about it. There's like this whole thing about it. So it was intense the other day, though, the cross-examination about this and then the redirect. So it's definitely going to be a battle of the experts issue. Let's now look at some more of the testimony from earlier today. And this is where Alan Jackson was asking Jennifer McCabe about phone calls that she made that morning. Remember, at 4:53 a.m., that's when this whole thing started. She said she got a phone call from John O'Keefe's niece, his teenage niece, Kaylee, and that Kaylee was calling her because Karen Reed said, I need you to call Jenn McCabe. John never came home last night. But then there were calls after that. So let's listen to the cross-examination about that.
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Eby, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point.
What did you make of all of that, Natalie?
Of that it is interesting. Some might say convenient that she is alleged to have conspired with her family members to cover up something. And she doesn't remember calling those same family members, her sister in particular. But it could be, again, all explained by the heat of the moment, right? And not expecting this to happen and having inconsistencies in her story because of how many times she's questioned so close to this event. But if I'm the defense, and that's where I'm putting myself here to comment on this. If I'm the defense, then that is extremely suspicious. What did you guys talk about? And I would not play it as though you can believe she didn't actually speak to her sister. You take that in conjunction with the multiple butt dials. It's just hard to credit her when she talks about who she communicated with and what they communicated about in the wake of his death.
Mm-hmm. I want to remind everybody that court should be coming back into session in a few minutes, around 2 p.m. So it's 1:57 Eastern time right now. But sometimes we think court's coming back into session really quickly, or when they say they will, and then things happen. The other day they blew a fuse, so they were delayed. So just stay with us, hang out, and we'll get you back into court, I promise, as soon as it resumes. Until then, keep those questions coming to us. We can tell you, though, if you're looking to keep up with this trial, we have a really great way for you to do that. And I'm going to tell you about it right now. It is a Wondery Plus podcast put together by Law and Crime. It's called Karen, the Retrial. And you can find it on Wondery Plus and Apple Podcasts. We're going through the whole trial. It's a really, really good podcast. We did one for the first trial and people loved it. And I think people are really going to like this one as well. We have some great people in there commenting on it. So check it out. Check it out. You don't want to miss it. All right. Now back to the questions, and keep them coming. Our next question is from Melanie Ann. Why does the prosecution not have to specify why they are objecting, just objection sustained? You know, I don't know if that's happening. Usually you do have to say why, objection, and then give a reason. Oh, is it possible we're not hearing it, or what's the deal there, Natalie?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we're not hearing it because they should state a basis for the
Council's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I hated to have to almost cut you off there, Natalie, but I think court is coming back into session. Karen Reed, I'm being told, just walked back into the courthouse. So are we, I need to know if she's, okay, we're going to go back to court. So Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, thank you so much for being with us. And thanks to everybody else for being with us this lunch hour. We will see you back here next week during the lunch hour. Until then, have a great weekend and enjoy the redirect and the rest of the testimony for today from the Karen Reed retrial. We'll see you back here Monday.
All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding two of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to
alignment, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so that she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't
then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense.
seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Not really sure what we're waiting for at this point, but I think they're doing some. Shoot, I left my road over there. Hold on.
If she pleads out, whatever, it'll end. If she fights, it'll be an event.
Okay, now we're back to waiting, but they just made one of the lawyers that I follow just made a good point, which was, I don't know if you heard that, but
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
She made a good point that when that text went to the group message about the group about
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here, okay, we're back to the double cross or whatever they call it. I'll bring that point back in a minute. See how he tries to clean this
Good
up.
afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and
Why was
brother-in-law,
everybody else outside
you
their
described how
houses
you went
then
in the house
taking
and
pictures?
woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious, my friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Bradley.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Bradley, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple
Evil.
Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind, of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Are you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
Google.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You sit on a throne of lies.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we.
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Well, I guess I always
Yes.
want to add more information.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between
Right.
you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text
Yeah, the only
messages
thing
of them
she's
on my
sure
phone,
of
yes.
is
Were some
I think she
missing
needs
from
to
what
make
you
sure
were
she
shown?
gets on the right.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those
All these
text
things
messages
she's not
in a
sure,
minute.
but she claims she's absolutely sure that
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
she
Have
heard
you
her say
ever
I hit him
inadvertently
3
called
times,
anybody
even
before
though
on your
she
iPhone?
didn't say that in her statement or earlier testimony.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew
Exactly.
that those
Word
calls were made to
calling.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on
believe
purpose,
so.
it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Bowman.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
What are we doing? Another sidebar. I wonder if I can run a quick 30-second ad. So we don't get interrupted. Oh, no, I think we already ran an ad. We should be good. That's a good question. I don't know if they have a mistrial again. But man, I don't know how. Well, that and like I don't know if you caught this, but the first trial ended in a mistrial. But there were 3 things the jury was supposed to be deciding, and they agreed on 2 of them. And I think it was murder, second-degree murder. They agreed not guilty, and there was another one they agreed not guilty, and then there was the third charge they were trying to determine like the level, and they couldn't agree on it. And there was a miscommunication. The judge thought they couldn't agree on anything. So really what should have happened is we should only be trying her for that other one thing, because you can't be retried for something you're already found not guilty of. So it's kind of messed up because of some kind of procedural miscommunication situation. She's still on trial for second-degree murder, but there's no way to go back because none of that stuff is in writing. It's just them writing a note to the judge that we're hopelessly deadlocked, we can't come to an agreement. And it wasn't until after so they declare the mistrial, and then some of the jurors came forward and were like, wait a minute, we agreed on some of this stuff. So that's kind of messed up too. And I don't know what happened. I know they were appealing that, but I don't know. I think they came to the conclusion there's just nothing they could do about it because what happened, and there was no written record of it. These people are, I believe, family members. Yeah. Or people involved with the case in some way. It's funny, they all look like Boston people. I want to say, I think the people in the back with the laptops are press people. And I'm saying that only because they all seem to have like lanyards and they're typing on laptops. So I'm just using my incredible detective skills to figure that out. No, that's not the jury. They won't show the jury. That is not the jury. That I'm sure of. The woman in the middle, can't remember now. They keep showing that other view too that has Karen Reed's parents in it. But that's a different view than this one. The guy on the left in the checkered blue shirt looks familiar. Like, I'm wondering if he might have even been... No, because if you're a witness, you can't watch any of the trial because you're not allowed to see prior testimony. I don't know what... Oh, I'm guessing you can't be in there at all because even if you already testified, it could be Karen's brother. Yeah, it could very well be Karen's brother. Even if you already testified, though, I think there's always a chance they might recall you. So I don't think you can be in there because the guy that kind of broke this story, the blogger, goes by the name of Turtle Boy. They were going to put him on the witness list so that he could not be at the trial. And they were saying that he was intimidating. He's been charged with intimidating witnesses because he was going up to people and questioning them and accusing them of being in on the cover up or whatever. And I don't know any of the details of that case, but it sounds like, I don't think you're allowed to do that kind of stuff. No matter, he's not officially on any side, but he's clearly on Karen's side because he's the one that wrote the article that blew this all up for HBO Max to make a documentary about it. He's the one that made it start getting national attention. By pointing out the corruption. I've got my doggy back today. If I can get her to cooperate, maybe I'll pick her up for the camera. Hey, you want to come up here? Kyla.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach the clock for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
I also hate when she looks at the jury when she answers.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
Okay. What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this
Why
is.
does she look so confused? You don't know who freaking texted that one or called?
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
You know where he was left.
Turn to
Just
number
one of
48,
lies.
129-22 at 844. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
We have to approach first.
Objections noted. Next question.
We need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar.
What's the problem? Sorry, once again, I'm trying to do too many things. It sucks when work wants to get in the way of a good time here. What the heck? Another sidebar. Yeah, enough sidebars, exactly. I don't know. I don't think he's done anything to undo all the damage she did to herself during cross. I mean, he pretty much crushed her if the jury's paying attention at all her inconsistencies.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22. From you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2/14/15, 1/29/22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2/14/56 on 1/29/22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208.
I think that's the day after, well, or later that day
207.
that they found him.
You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129/22, 342:06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433:40, 129/22. You text messaging
No.
somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who
Yeah,
that
if
is?
that was before, yeah, then yeah, you're right. She'd be totally screwed.
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Hmm.
.213. This is on 129/22 at 438:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 129/22, 440:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440:38 at 129/22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 129/22, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
I saw this one already.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Stop.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
That's kind of weird too. Of course you did the best you could. You're not a paramedic. Because you could have came and knocked on the door and got the trained first responder, but other than that, you did great.
And just a
I think
few
what
minutes
she really
later,
means is you did
number
great sticking to the
308,
story
please,
and sticking to the plan.
129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he's just repeating some of these so that they look
You were
less
asked about
nefarious.
timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Come on.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, that's interesting.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the a.m. trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events.
Who's that
Is
to?
that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
Who was that to?
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an
So he's
objection?
trying to make it sound like, oh, if you look at them all, then
Thank
it's
you.
not
I have no
bad.
further, thank you.
That-
I have no further
He doesn't
questions.
even care about them being in. He just wanted to get that statement in there. Guarantee you.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
I saw a
Flashing red and
spotlight.
blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was
Oh, she didn't mention that. until he
cruisers, police cruisers,
specifically
correct?
Yes.
made
There
her
were-
say it.
Pardon me. There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 30 Fairview,
Oh,
34
please. I've seen the-
Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right
Exactly.
end,
Of
and
course they were
most of the
running.
vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss
seem
Roberts'
like she's
vehicle,
going
and then
way
I
too
believe
far
another
out of
vehicle
her
pulled up.
way to
I think
explain
I
this.
remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there
Is there?
was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes. Side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who's yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
That's really weird too. What a strange reaction.
You were asked
Just when your
about
boyfriend dead and you tell her
stop
girl,
at
you tell
34
the girl,
Fairview
the
on
girlfriend
the way
to shut the
to-
fuck up.
Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes.
Trial.
You admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating.
Yes or
so
no?
I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages.
This.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was. But I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Whoever
who
that
was
is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not, correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
Correct.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Where's he going
Correct.
with this?
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. Man, he went through a lot of that just to establish that, but I'm not sure where he's going with it exactly.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
very much.
Just wanted to establish that she talked to people outside of the family circle, I guess.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
That was not sensible.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
Be right back.
There was a woman a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the outworks. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outworks when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 3 4 So, who are you with? I'm with Jenn McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front 2 seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Your Honor, call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Just want you to step, remain standing, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee-type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities, to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Oh my
Sure.
gosh.
A central
Boring.
nervous
This
system
guy's gonna
depressant
put
is a
the
drug
jury
or
to
a
sleep.
substance
He's
that
horrible.
works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of
this is
those
all to lay a foundation to say that Karen
effects
was
that I just
drunk,
described,
so
they
so
can
she
be
did it?
present
she hit him.
depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation.
You know how when you're
where the different
watching
types of work
Netflix,
in the
next
unit are
show
divided amongst authorized analysts,
is beginning
and then
in the
casework is
series,
assigned
and you hit that skip intro button,
according
so
to
you
that
have to
rotation.
watch the whole credits and the recap from the day before.
If
'cause
an
you
individual
just watched
has
it. That's what we need. We need the skip button.
previously
We can
been
skip
assigned
all
work for
this
that case
blah.
or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Fine.
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that
So the
recording
next
and a
morning,
measurement of milligrams per
blood alcohol was
deciliter, is that typical for how you
0.93?
see
Holy
ethanol
crap.
measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent.
This is
and
her.
then to perform the serum conversion, or to
That
get
they're
the
talking about right
serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
The fact
Now,
that
that
our blood
13 and
alcohol
19%, how long have those conversion factors
at
been in
9
place?
a.m. the next day?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
between
turn your
0.7 and
attention to
0.9.
retrograde extrapolation. Can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected.
Thousands, millions will see it.
What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information
Oh my gosh,
do you
she's
need
almost
in
done. I'm
order
gonna
to
drown.
perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
I feel like I'm getting hammered.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03.
Almost out already. Just open this.
The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine. Some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath. But the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
Alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase, and then elimination.
I'm out.
Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases.
16-ounce can.
And so I'd mentioned elimination
give up.
phase earlier.
You win.
That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest.
Somebody's going to point this out to her, and she's going to go back and watch.
That could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
She's not used to interacting.
And what
with
was
other
the
humans.
resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
But here's the thing. That assumes that she stopped drinking as soon as she got home. Or before. When she left the bar.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you
What if
about
she went
5
home and
minutes.
kept drinking? What if she woke up at 5 and like
Okay.
had a hangover and was like, man,
Thank
I need to down a drink real quick to keep myself from getting a hangover?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, their review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical
she was
purposes,
angry.
correct?
We know that
That's
from the
consistent with my
voicemails she
understanding,
left on
yes.
Sure.
John's
And it's
phone.
not
She
for
was
meeting
mad
court
and she
admissibility
was
standards
suspecting
like your lab,
he was
right?
possibly
Not that I'm aware of, no.
cheating on her.
Your lab follows strict procedures
So-
that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan, are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates that. So, all right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day.
Seems early, but
We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do, so I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend.
there you have it.
And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Yeah, exactly. He spent all that time asking about the history of alcohol, what kind of different types of alcohol there are and all that stuff. Let's see what our lawyer friend has to say about this. That's not it.
That 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But they
do that.
still show.
They do.
Why are we seeing this? Okay. ABC 10, NBC Boston. ABC 10. Law and crime. What the heck? Where is I just that's day 7. Let's just go back to home and see if it shows up here. Here we go. Let's see what she has to say.
2 hours is roughly the time period it takes until all of the alcohol is absorbed in your blood.
He could have
and then your
going,
body
though. It
will
wasn't
start
like he
to
was on a
metabolize it and process it out.
Just time it for
When she
today.
does the calculation from 12:45, is she really saying that's the end of the drinking and the absorption period would have ended 2 hours later? Or is she recognizing and accounting for the fact that if we do this at 12:45, we know Karen was drinking at the bar within the last 2 hours because we saw it. So she wouldn't have been already all the way in the elimination phase. Logically to myself here, giving her the benefit of the doubt, yeah, she probably applied that, but it sure wasn't clear from the testimony. And so for something that is important to the Commonwealth to establish, I didn't think they made that particularly clear. That she described how you have to take account for that. But then in her description of what she was doing in this place and the time that she calculated it from, 12:45, well, does that mean when you start, you're like adding 2 hours to that? Like clarify that. to make sure that we're, giving every benefit of the doubt to Karen in performing these calculations. So, yeah, massive range, isn't it? Retrograde extrapolation. That's always a fun one. This is why if you think, oh, if I get pulled over and I blow under the limit, I'm going home. No, not necessarily. No, because they'll pull stuff like this. They'll pull stuff like this, especially if it's nice and close to the limit. 0.075. Maybe even 0.07. Depends on how long it takes you to get down to the station, right? Get that breath test. So yeah, blowing under the limit does not mean you won't get charged with DUI. Just so you guys know. Maybe this is a good time, very briefly, teach everyone how to do the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. This is the most reliable of the field sobriety tests that they use out in the field. It's got like an 85% correlation with blood alcohol over 0.08 according to NHTSA. And so it tends to drive the field sobriety tests. And the reason it works so effectively is because it's based on involuntary movements. You can't control whether you pass this or not. So what you do is the person that you're testing, place your finger approximately 1 foot in front of their face, directly in front of it. And you have them track the finger with their eyes. You take it out until their eyes are now at a 45 degrees, and you hold it right there and you watch what happens. Then you do it again on the other side and you watch what happens when their eyes are already out there at the end at the 45 degrees. What the police are looking for is a horizontal gaze nystagmus at that far end. Your eye will kind of twitch. You'll be able to watch the iris, and it's like a clock. It's like a monotone. It will twitch, 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 twitch. That's the horizontal gaze nystagmus. That's their sign that they're looking for. So learn how to do that, with your friends and family. If you go out to the bar, have a couple drinks, just so that you can have a good idea of, you might feel okay to drive. You might feel perfectly fine, but if you have any concerns about what might happen if I got stopped, it's a very, very good one to know. Check your eyes. You see that twitch, you do not drive. Do not drive. It's a good reasonable, correlation with you would probably blow over the limit like right then when you're checking it. So just good things to know before a Friday night. So I'm not clear if they're going back up on the stream. The fan has frozen. Not sure what's going on. Nope, looks like they're done with the stream for the day. So we're just done 20 minutes early on a Friday just because. So, yes, Edward Kirkpatrick makes a good point. No DUI lawyer will tell you to do field sobriety. Yes, this is true. They are typically optional. This is all going to vary state by state. It is optional, and so most of the time, you there's no legal obligation for you to do them. So you should not. They will not help you. There's nothing about doing the field sobrieties that will work in your favor. The only thing that is possible is that you will fail them. And so generally not a good idea if you're not required to do that. So the breath test can be a little bit of a situation because in most places your implied consent law, you'll have licensing consequences at the very least if you refuse to blow. And then they can often just go and get your blood anyway. So, you don't necessarily help yourself out all that much. But it's very fact by fact. It's good to, if you get the opportunity to exercise your right to talk to a lawyer while you're making that decision, make sure that, you're clear about the facts and that the attorney knows what they are so that they can give you good advice accordingly. Well, man, what a day. What an anticlimactic end for the Commonwealth on a Friday. So just a reminder, we're 2 weeks in now. We still don't have any proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Okay, still no proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. This is Trial
Exactly.
1.0 reprise, same thing. We sat here day after day after day going,
I
when
know,
are
that's
they
what
going
I'm
to
wondering.
prove that John
Is it
O'Keefe
something
was
you
hit
can
by
even
a car?
control?
And
It
it took
sounds
them
like it's an
until like day
involuntary
24,
reflex
something
kind
like
of thing.
that.
Like,
Looks like we're following that same pattern here. That whole head fake towards facts, science, and data that we got in opening. Yeah, no, that's not what this case is about. This case is about Ipsy Dixit. What did Karen Reed say? And boy, now we just had a whole new big blow to I hit him, didn't I? Because it's Jenn. It's Jenn. We already know Mr. Nuttall didn't hear it because he didn't say it the first few times. He didn't act like it was said, and it's evolved. And his very vivid memory of when it happened doesn't add up with what's on the video. And we haven't even heard yet that, the other guy, Matthew Kelly, who was supposed to be there when it was happening, he didn't hear it. So we already knew Mr. Nuttall didn't hear it, but now Jen's the second one to give us the I hit him, and boy, was that a crash and burn. That was a spin out. That was one of those bad things that happens at the NASCAR, No, lost traction badly. And so if the jury is believing anything at all that she said right now, they're being very generous. I think there's a very decent chance that the jury has not now given any credit to anything that she really has to say. So we learned from Jenn McCabe the documents. She cued us into how important the documents are, but then she disagrees with them. Girl, take your pick. Take your pick. They matter or they don't. What a turnaround from AJ. My Phillies fans out there with me, you know how it is. You know how it is. It can be rough. You get in a little of a slump. You can struggle. Unfortunately, things all seem to sometimes just go wrong at the same time. But, there's a quality that might be even more valuable in baseball than being able to come back from a slump or not get your attitude out of whack or anything like that. It's even just the ability to be consistent. What's important in baseball is being clutch. When you can come in clutch, I don't care if you're batting 110. If you can hit the home run when it matters, I like you. You're my guy. You can strike out the other 9 times if it doesn't matter. But when it matters, you come in clutch. It's very, very important in baseball. Very important quality. So that's what I see from AJ today. AJ came in clutch. He came in clutch when it mattered. He got that impeachment done, man. He nailed it. He nailed it. Did exactly what you needed to do. So what a great Friday. What a great way to go into our weekends, guys. Oh, we get to have these good feelings. All is right with the world. Everything has gone the way that it should. The truth is being revealed because we're able to see what the evidence is, what the facts are. He's being able to do it. Bev's allowing him to do it. We're watching Jenn McCabe squirm on the hook and stare like a little cornered rat. Lights going around and yeah. What a great day. Good cross. Let's get into your comments and questions, guys. Boy, we got a lot to go through, so let's catch up. Hallie P, number 309. I am late and catching up. AJ needed yesterday off. He came back swinging. I hope the jury is I think this is receiving her the same way she's coming off to me. Yeah, I mean, I think it's much easier to kind of gauge what the impression is that the jury is getting when we're not just relying on, do we have a sense that in this argument she's coming out worse? When we have facts that she's having to say that's wrong, that's good. The texts are wrong, the location's wrong. That's not how I remember it. Oh, very, 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 very different, I think, than if we're just kind of relying on our hunch. I'm not sure who to believe. Get a sketchy feeling from her. No, we know not to believe her because her story don't add up. Phil the Gilbert Villain Biggs, Andrea the Magnificent. Did I not say strategically holding over to impeach others? We're far from the defense's case, primacy, and recency closing. There is so much case still to come. There is so much still to come. And yeah, this structure has been good. They did it well. This is all laid up now for every single one of these officers when they testify. We're going to be elicited. Here is what Jenn McCabe said to you, because she's denied it. It's all coming in. It all comes in through them. So yeah, it's just all part of the process. It's all part of the process. You got to be a little bit patient. That applies to all of us. And that's why the jury's told, wait until everything's in, because sometimes the way that these rules work, you don't necessarily see the significance of everything right when it's happened. Got to lay some foundation. Did a brilliant job today. Z, if Fed investigated the investigation, can Turtle Boy make two-way requests to get evidence to confirm Betterow letters and affidavit, Morrissey, Brennan, KP phones? So what Turtle Boy would be doing, his defense team could make a two-way request. Yes, absolutely. So couple different ways you can go trying to get information from the feds. You just a random member of the public, you can send them a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act. And whatever they can disclose, they're at least in theory supposed to. But that might, in some circumstances be a little bit more limited than what you can get for purposes of if you're involved in a case. And part of that is because if you're involved in a case, you might have a little bit of different interests. It just depends on your interest in the FBI's investigation. If they were investigating you personally, you got a lot better case that I should be able to get this information. But also just because process-wise you're in court, there's an opportunity for that to potentially be a little bit more protected. We put it under a protective order, so we'll give you a little bit more than is public, but the condition is you don't get to make it public. So his defense team, I mean, I don't see why not. It doesn't mean that they have anything, but I don't see why they couldn't make the request. Whether they're going to get it, is $1 million question. The whole thing with TUI is kind of, they'll give you what they feel like they want to. They're under no obligation to give anything, but their policy is supposed to be, in favor of disclosure to the extent that the law allows it. It's just how broadly or narrowly are you interpreting this law, and that tends to, tends to vary based on how much do they actually want to give this to you. So. Yeah, I think Turtle Boy can make a two-way request. Be interesting to see if he does. Anna Jasky, if my memory is correct, Carrie said opposite, I think. Don't know, of course, exactly what this is talking about, but certainly seems like Carrie said a few opposite things, didn't she? She said, if we're hearing, she said at the grand jury that she heard. We heard on cross, they went back and forth about that, right? She was specifically confronted with that. You didn't hear it.
Having all kinds of extra drama.
You didn't hear it. She answered. Her explanation was, "I didn't understand that question." But that's what I think they were getting at here. That was her testimony to the grand jury. Was that she heard it and it happened.
Exactly.
So not
Okay,
really good
I'm gonna
place for either
log
of
off,
them, huh?
but,
That was where Carrie had her deer in the headlights moment.
We'll reconvene
And
on Monday.
they both involve this incident. They're supposed to both be witnesses to, and there's no
like
other
Carrie,
witness. And the story's changed. First it's inside the car, and then it's outside the car. And now she is very specifically disclaiming at this trial she didn't hear it. She wasn't there. She doesn't know.
It is interesting that she's flopped on that now she's saying she doesn't. She
Seems
didn't
like
actually
Jenn
hear it.
wanted her to say that, maybe. Jason McClellan, is Jenn close to obstruction of justice or perjury? I mean, it just depends on how you interpret these things. Obstructing, they typically limit to things that are not speech.
It seems like perjury for sure in the grand jury.
You always have First Amendment implications anytime you're talking about
her say,
your words.
Tell her to Google that.
And so,
but anyway,
in fact,
all
we
right,
have,
I'm gonna
we
log
have case
off.
in Washington, good case law. I've
Thanks
used
you guys
it
for
several
hanging out.
times
Makes
that
it a lot more
you can't
fun to
charge
watch.
somebody with obstructing based just on something they say. So for
I appreciate you guys watching with me. With me, it makes it a lot more fun. I might have some work stuff to do Monday. I'm hoping I can get it all out of the way Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening, so that I can watch this on Monday. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and yeah, I guess that's all. I'm gonna raid someone just for the heck of it, because why not? If anybody's even on. Where does it tell me who they are? Oh, the kid. Oh, Double Dog's on. Let's hit. Oh, Allie's on too. Allie's on. Heavenly's on. Well, let's go. Let's go. You guys don't dock, so we'll go there. Oh, it's his birthday? Cool. Okay. Even better. All right. Let's go say hi to Doc.
was charged with perjury coming out of his trial testimony, and he had been allegedly convicted of prior offenses in like Florida